Welcome to today's City Council meeting. It is Tuesday, February the 4th. We're going to start our meeting by going in camera. So after that in-camera meeting is done, we're going to come back here in open session and continue our meeting. So I'm going to look for a motion to go in camera. Motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. We'll now go in camera. All right, everybody, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, February the 4th. We just concluded our in-camera session since 2 o'clock, and now we're going to start the regular scheduled meeting. I want to start off by wishing everyone in advance, you notice the reds and the pinks. I wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day, and also to point out what a wonderful bromance. Councillor Strange and Peter Angelo decided to match their suits today in honor of Valentine's. Hey, isn't that wonderful? Yes, well done. Yes, very good. Love it. It's excellent. Love is in the air. So as we get on with our meeting, I do want to acknowledge too, Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco is in the house. So welcome, Joyce. And so as we start off our meetings, traditionally with the singing of our national anthem, and I think now, in light of what's been going on south of the border, I think we're going to pay closer attention now more than ever. So today, we do have a couple of young ladies that are going to be singing for us tonight in the front row. I interviewed them earlier, so let's give a little introduction. So if I could call you two ladies to the microphone, and I'm going to talk about you for a minute. So come forward, and make sure the little button is on that microphone. Do you see the little button there? You don't know? Is it on, Councillor Lococo? They're both on? Okay, they're both on. Okay, good. They're both on. So we've got Sarah, and so Sarah, wave Sarah. So we see Sarah, and Saray. There's Saray. She might be little, but she's mighty. Let me tell you, she is.
I'm only 6.
Right? Mom and Dad, God bless you. God bless you. You got your hands full. So please welcome Sarah and Saray Watson, who'll be performing the national anthem today as a duo this afternoon. Sarah is 11 years old, and Saray, as you know, is 6 years old.
Yeah.
Their family moved here from Alberta a year and a half ago and have been living in Niagara Falls ever since. They currently go to Miss Benyo's school, Father Hennepin. They both enjoy swimming, reading, arts, and crafts. This dynamic duo haven't been singing long, but Saray in particular likes to sing in front of an audience, big shocker, and recently performed karaoke at her own school. So maybe I can ask everyone to please stand as we welcome Sarah and Saray to sing the national anthem. So whenever you're ready, ladies.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and our son's command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise from true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our lands glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for
Yeah. So a couple things. Our CAO just points out that you're our first duo. And I'd say you guys did an incredible job. You were full of energy and excitement. You made us proud to be Canadian. And it was so cute because, Sarah, I couldn't quite see you. There's a camera right in front of your head. All I could see was your pigtails out the sides. I just want to say thank you. You were amazing. Thank you very much. And ladies, you're welcome to stick around for the rest of the meeting. I'd highly discourage you from doing that, but you are allowed if you like. Okay, moving on. Next order of our council business is the land acknowledgement and traditional indigenous meeting opening, and then we've got two special presentations, and we encourage people to take it all in. So next up, land acknowledgement and traditional indigenous meeting opening.
Ani, Jima, Chief R. Stacy LaForge, Mississauga is the credit. I'd like to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I acknowledge the many nations that walked this land in the past, the many nations that walk it today, and welcome you to the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of Anishinaabe Bay. The treaties with the Mississaugas are the Niagara Treaty of 1781 and the Between the Lakes Treaty of 1792. I would also like to acknowledge the Treaty of 1764 that recognized the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which set a new relationship between the Indigenous people and the Crown. Kinwich, 1P.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief LaForme. We appreciate and grateful for the land that we share together. Okay, now we move on to adoption of the council minutes. Looking for an adoption of the minutes for the January 14th meeting. Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. And item 3.2, looking for an adoption of the minutes of the January 21st meeting. Councillor Pietrangelo moves it, seconded by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, approved. Thank you for that. Now we're looking for disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures, any conflicts? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to everyone's favorite part of the meeting. This is the mayor's comments and announcements. First off, we start with obituaries. We offer our sympathies to the families of Ethel Moody, mother of Dan Moody, our former Sergeant at Arms, and the mother-in-law of Teresa Moody in our Innovation Hub. Also, Helen Velma Smith, sister-in-law of Dale Morton of our Communications Department. We do have some birthdays that we'd acknowledge today. First is our clerk, Bill Matson, who will be Friday, February 14th. What a romantic day. That's why we call him Lance Romance. And ironically, in the gallery is Dale Morton, our Director of Communications. Hers is Sunday, February the 16th. So happy Valentine's birthday weekends to you both. Events and announcements. Just a quick update to everyone that I am part of the Border Mayors Alliance of Canada, which is all the mayors across Canada, led by the Mayor of Windsor, Drew Dilkins. And we were a group during COVID when we were trying to get the borders opened up again. So we've once again reconnected in light of the challenges south of the border, reaching out to the respective mayors, Congress people, senators, governors, anyone that we know, just to put a little bit of pressure on the decisions. And a combination of everybody doing everything, it's good. We've got a 1-month reprieve, and hopefully that's the beginning of better things to come. So I just want everyone to know that we're working hard to collectively with there's about 100, so Canada, it's about a 9,000 kilometer border between the US. There's about 100 land border crossings, so approximately 100 mayors across Canada. OLG, so we've got some pictures, draw your attention to the screen. We had an Ontario Lottery and Gaming Recognition event. This is where every year we get a certain amount of money for hosting the casinos. It was almost $20 million this past year. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Patel, Strange, Baldinelli, Lococo, and Pietrangelo. And we're grateful to get that money. And we're in the Gale Center where we were replacing some of the seats. And it went toward a lot of great things in our community, mostly infrastructure, economic development, policing, hospital, and some other key facets that we invest in from the OLG funds. We also, that same day, had the Sports Wall of Fame, and I was joined that day by Councillors, same day, of course, Councillors Newestake, Patel, Strange, Baldinelli, Lococo, and Pietrangelo, where we honored some athletic greats, whether they were sports, trainers, coaches, or whatever the case may be. And it was a great day that we acknowledged them and put them permanently on the Sports Wall of Fame. And I thank Councillor Strange, who is our city's liaison on the committee and also co-MC of the event. So great job, great day. Also, the Niagara District Firefighters Association had their annual event here in Niagara Falls, and I'm joined there by Councillor Patel. We did have the Premier in town. Oh, that was another picture from the same event. That's not the Premier speaking. That's our fire chief. We did have the Premier in town last Friday, where myself, Councillor Cisco of St. Catharines, Mayor Cisco of St. Catharines and Mayor Campion of Welland all endorsed the Premier as he made more announcements on his tour around Ontario. And some of my points that I felt very strongly about, I still do, especially in light of the challenges south of the border and what's happening with President Trump. I felt that the Premier's solid business background and extensive U.S. business background, specifically in Chicago, put him in a great position to lead us in discussions and hopefully take us to a much better place than we were looking at a couple of days ago. I was joined by, of course, that day by Councillor Newestag and as well the Minister of Transportation, Prabmeet Sarkaria. Business happenings, we did just have a couple that we'd like to acknowledge, and the first one is Spice Kerala grand opening. I was joined by Councillor Patel, and there you can see they've got 18-inch French fries. Apparently they're the world's biggest French fries, and when you get ice caps, they actually put your name. They put a label on the front of the cup. I don't know if we have a close-up or not, or if that's it. No, that's it. Okay. So that, and there we are with, Councillor Lococo, Morocco, joining us that day as well. Also, we had the Falls Auto Body 50-year anniversary. Mike Cicchino and his family. What a wonderful day. He's been running his auto body shop not too far from here for the last 50 years. So I was joined by Councillors Peter Angelo, Baldinelli, and Patel. And great to have him, wonderful community representative. And I know he's helped a lot of people who have had those little bumps once in a while that they worry about. And he's made a lot of people, put them in a lot better place. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge councillors' leave of absence. I want to notify council and the public that our city clerk has received written notice from Councillor Newestag of an unpaid leave of absence. I'd like to also offer congratulations. The City of Niagara Falls has been recognized as one of Hamilton Niagara's top employers. The highlights include paid internships, formal mentoring, tuition subsidies, and a variety of other options that we're acknowledged for. City of Niagara Falls projects recognized recently at the Niagara Biennial Awards. This was awarded by the Region of Niagara. The grand prize category we won for the Exchange, which we opened this past year. Of course, that is our arts and culture hub and market. Beautiful facility. We've had wonderful events there, and we've been acknowledged for that facility. Also, we received an award of excellence in outdoor art category, the public art at the Exchange. So one is The Flock by Nicola Krombach. And then I don't know if we have a shot of the flock. No, we don't have a shot of the flock. Okay. Birth of an Artist by Dolan Douglas. Do we have any more of this one? No. Okay, so I won't look to you anymore. Okay. Profess by Jacob Headley, and River Rebels by Emily Andrew and Lindsay Ann Chilcott. So congratulations to the artists and the project teams. And lastly, coming up, of course, is Valentine's Day, which will be Friday, February the 14th. And the big question everyone asks is, what will Mike and Vic be wearing that day? Next council meeting will be Tuesday, February the 25th, and that ends everybody's favorite part of the meeting. So now we are going to be moving on to deputations and...
That's it for the mayor?
That's it. It's brief today. I'm sorry to disappoint.
Only 15 minutes.
I'm sorry to disappoint. Maybe I can think of some more things for after council. So now we are going to move on to the presentations part of our council meeting. So I'm going to work my way to the horseshoe. Thank you. I have my microphone here. Everybody can hear me? Yes. So what I would like to do now, first up, I'm going to call up Inspector Chris Gallagher to join me here. Chris Gallagher is Inspector with the Niagara Parks Police for the last 36 years. Big hand for the retirement of Mr. Chris Gallagher. So come up here and give me 1 second here. Can you hold the mic?
Yes, sir. He doesn't say that too often. Yeah.
Now it's your turn to get back. So first, I'm going to start by presenting this. Actually, you know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to put that there for a second, free my hand up, because I have some notes that I want to read. I don't want to screw this up. So Chris and I, we've been friends for a long, long time. We met many, many moons ago at the gym, and this guy is an absolute community rock star. And the way I describe him, he is the secret sauce of the Niagara Parks Police. And I mean this, and he knows it, and I say this many, many times. So retiring after 36 years, 38 with the Niagara Parks, so that's a long time. And he's so young, he's got a whole other career ahead of him. But when you ask Chris about what incredible things he's seen, or he's spearheaded, or led, or seen throughout his career, it's impossible for him to name them all, because this is the kind of guy that does things and moves on, doesn't talk about it, doesn't look for accolades, doesn't look for recognition. He just does it because he loves serving. He's a giver, and tonight we're going to honor two givers, and he's the first of the two givers. And I want to tell you, these are the kind of people that are priceless in our community. They just do it because it's the right thing to do, and they're the kind of people that make our community such an incredible place to be. And they never do it for recognition. That's why we recognize them, because we want to hold them up high for others to see. It's a great example of wonderful human beings. So just listing a few things, and we'd be here all day. We don't have enough time, because he'll be 39 years with the parks if I read everything. But countless dignitary visits, heads of states, I'm talking presidents and prime ministers and princes and kings and people from all over the world that come here. Oftentimes you never hear about it because they're quiet visits. They don't want anyone to know about. Sometimes they're Hollywood people. Sometimes it depends, but he's often the guy driving them around, making sure they're safe, organizing, orchestrating. He's had international leaders, royal families, diplomats, New Year's Eve concerts. He's the guy, when you're at home eating Chinese food, nice and cozy at home, he's out making sure when we shut the roads down that we get everybody out safely. When we've got 60,000 bodies down there and fireworks and people are celebrating with drinks and things, and he's the guy that keeps the calm, keeps the peace. I mean, he's part of a team, of course, but he's one of our lead guys, our go-to guy. Nick Wallenda. When we had Nick Wallenda walk across the falls, we had 130,000 people watch it in person, and it was the biggest event viewed in the world that day, with 1 billion people audience in a 24-hour period. And this is one of the gentlemen that helps us hold it together, makes us look good. Recently was the eclipse. You know, the value we got from the free advertising globally was $5.6 billion. Again, it was the biggest event on the planet that day by far. And when I need help, and the guy to coordinate and orchestrate, along with the team, with all the other police forces that were here, is this guy. His nickname, by the way, his name is Chris Gallagher. His nickname is Opie. For anybody that remembers the old show, he used to have red hair, and that's why. It's not as red anymore, but it's still in there, I know. These are events on a massive scale where anything could go wrong. And if it did go wrong in Niagara Falls, you know it would be headlines around the world. And you don't hear about it, you don't read about it, it means it's been meticulously executed from a safety and security standpoint behind the scenes. This is Chris to a T. He chooses to remain out of the spotlight and instead quietly in the background, making sure everything goes smoothly. That's why today we have him in the foreground. He's also been involved in countless rescues. Unfortunately, you know, some people go over the falls, and he's got to be involved, and oftentimes next steps. It's the less glamorous part of his job. And even though he's tried to remain out of the spotlight, well, I Googled his name just out of curiosity because I want to know what Google had to say about him. Police civilians honored for rescue efforts. Quick, dramatic rescue ends in survival. Chris Gallagher, among the first Canadian emergency personnel to respond. Photos of Inspector Gallagher with everyone from MPPs, ministers, dignitaries, mayors, even legionnaires in the Santa Claus parade. For more than 36 years, Chris has made the safety and the security of the people of Niagara Falls and the millions of visitors to this city a priority. I believe we owe him a debt of thanks. We're lucky to have him and to have had him. And Chris is joined today by his family. His son is now a Niagara Regional Police member for the last 6 years, following in his dad's footsteps. And I asked him about being a police officer, and he said those are very big shoes to fill. and I would have to agree with that. Chris, we hope that we are proud of your accomplishments, and we certainly hope that you are too. And on behalf of the city of Niagara Falls, we would like to present to him this beautiful picture of the falls that he stood in front of for 38 years for so many reasons, and it'll be a small reminder of the place that you've kept so precious in your heart, our heart, and kept everybody safe for all those years. Congratulations. And thank you, Jim. Speech. He said no, but just something quick. Well, that was great. Thank you very much.
So just let Jim to put you on the spot and make you, yeah. I would just like to take the opportunity to thank council for everything. Obviously, I've had a very fortunate career. More importantly, to my family for always being there for me. I'm greatly appreciative of that. I'm grateful for our friendship. Obviously, I know many people that are in this room, and I've had the opportunity to work with them. I thank you for all that, too. Big part of my success in my career, and I'm grateful for that. April, one of the commissioners from the Niagara Parks Commission, thank you again for your support over the years, too, April. It's been wonderful. And, yeah, I'm going to enjoy my next stage in my life. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Two things. One, I had to take a picture. I was in shock. I see on the side of his patch it says retired, which kind of stunned me. I had to take a step back at first. And second thing, I'm just really grateful he never got emotional. You held it together, buddy. We had a retirement for him at the Niagara Parks headquarters, and his passion flowed out. And I'm going to tell you, that's what I love about this guy. This guy is a ball of passion. He's a ball of love, and he's just amazing. Grateful for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, stick around because we've got another, of course, our fire chief as well. They've worked very closely over the years. A gentleman, what a gentleman. Thank you to the Gallagher family for being here as well. Appreciate all of you being here. And we do have one more. We do have one more word tonight. So I'd like to call a few people to the stage. So first, if I could call up, I've got 4 people I'm going to call up. I've got Blair and Kathy McKeil, if you could come up here, along with Rob and Anna Bettina, if you could come up here as well. We're going to get your steps in, get you walking away.
Last time I was in a room like this, it was a bit different than the courthouse.
Come on up here this way. So we'll come this way and we'll face this way. So I'm going to start with you. So now you're maybe wondering who these people are and why they're up here. How many people here saw the Santa Claus parade this past year downtown? A few people? Yes, a lot of people. And we had a very, very cool float there. Teddy Tug and Buddy Hauler. And these are the people responsible for that float. And we've got, there it is. If you look on the screen, there's the float. There's our town crier on the front of the boat, and then myself and Blair out front as well. And it was such a huge, exciting surprise. So I'm going to read a little bit. We've got some notes prepared, and we'll fill it in. So Blair. On my far left is Blair McKeil. He's a gentleman that owns the boat. And then these are the folks here. This is Anna and Rob Bettina, who I understand put the boat together. So I'm going to read. I've got some statements here. We wanted to bring Blair to City Council to recognize his exceptional contribution, which enhanced our Santa Claus parade in a huge way. Teddy Tug and Buddy Hauler, a float combination in the parade, were, besides Santa himself, the stars of the show. We had over 10,000 people at that parade, and they were so excited. The smiles on the kids' faces when they saw that float. That did not look like the back of a flatbed truck with some bales of hay. That was a serious float that could have been in Macy's. That was such a beautiful float. And Blair insisted that when I called to let him know that we're going to be acknowledging his efforts, he didn't want to come. He does, again, he's like Opie. He doesn't do it for that reason. He just does it because it's a good thing to do, and he's a great human being. And what did he want right away? The people who built it, they're the ones that should get acknowledgement. I said, then we're going to do everybody. He said, fine. So here we are today, and I want to just start with Rob and Anna. As I understand, they were the creative geniuses behind the fabrication and the building of the floats. Geniuses, pretty strong words, but they come right from the top. Is this still on? Yes, still on. So they had the help of many other skilled trades. Obviously, you look at that. That is not something I would have put together. They had the help of many skilled trades. The tugboat and the barge are built from wood, steel, and fiberglass resin. The tug has a real smokestack and movable eyes. Like that picture we have of you, Mike. The eyes look like they're following you. Both floats are equipped with night lighting, which was great because our parade went into the dusk. They were built to serve communities throughout southwestern Ontario for various parades and events. They bring joy and smiles to all who see them and those lucky enough to ride on them. And they pulled all of City Council that day along with Bella the St. Bernard. So we got to ride on that one throughout the parade, which was wonderful. Blair, Kathy, and his team are selfless, generous, and they like to share the joy. We're so lucky that we had Teddy Tug and Buddy Holler in our parade. It was the very first parade in Ontario, and we were the very first ones. And you graced us, and I know this will be for hopefully many years to come. We want to thank you on behalf of City Council. No pressure at all. So what I'd like to do now, that gives, how about a big hand for these incredible, talented people. So what I've got, Anna, first thing here, we have, it's a little charcuterie board, and I know some people would say a cutting board, but it's charcuterie, it sounds way fancier. And it's got your name, and it's been burned in the city of Niagara Falls, love Niagara Falls, and as well for the two of you, is another beautiful picture, not to cheapen the one that you got, it's a special, unique one as well. This is a beautiful picture of the falls, my favorite picture, full cresting rainbow. And whenever we have dignitaries here, this is the picture that we give them. And believe me, we've had some very famous people from Vladimir Zelensky to all sorts of people that have this exact same picture. And as well, we do have for Blair. Now, I know Kathy's not here. I'd be asking her. So we have a cutting board for Blair as well. I'm sorry, charcuterie board. And as well, Blair. We have a picture because we want you to always think about us, especially at Christmas time when you're planning where your float's going to go, and I don't want any pressure. And then there is one extra little gift that we have, Blair, and we'll get you to open this up here. Just pull that ribbon off and slide. You got to keep it flat, kind of. And then we'll show them this, a little extra thing we got done for Blair.
Oh, I love it.
Put it on the screen, folks. Let's show what it is. Can everybody see what that is? Yeah, that is a Blair bobblehead, folks. A Blair McKeil bobblehead right here. Oh, yeah. So I just want to say, and now I go off script a little bit here, and then I'm going to give our guests here a chance to maybe say something if they like. But that float, it was kind of a, and also I want to acknowledge April Cotton, who also works with the company, and she's a commissioner with Niagara Parks. April, can you give us a little wave up here? That was a very little wave. Wow, very shy. Wow. But we talked about this idea, and then Blair committed to bringing it to fruition, and we knew there was a lot of work involved to have this. And he kept talking about the kids, the smiles on the kids' faces. That's all that mattered to him. And he was here with his wife, his mother-in-law. It was a family event that day. It was a beautiful day. And then at the end, when we lit up the Christmas tree in front of City Hall with Santa Claus, we had hundreds of kids. It was just a beautiful, wonderful day. And Blair and the team made it so wonderful. And I just want to, how about a big hand for this extra effort that they did?
It was me that got a great lesson that day. I've been very fortunate in my life, and I grew up, for most of my life, I've lived in the big town of Grimsby and Winona. Those are the epicenter of the earth to me. But to come down with that float and bring it here, as a young kid, I got to ride on a float in the Grimsby Parade. And I never forgot that. And it was empowering. And so we will use this float. And the first parade it ever did was Niagara Falls. But it will go throughout communities throughout southwestern Ontario and give that joy to youth, to whoever wants to ride it or deems it necessary to use. But it's game-changing for youth. When you ride on a float in a parade and people are looking at you, it's empowering. And it changes their vision and view on the world. But I had a gift too that day. I got to ride in front of that float in a pickup truck and drive through Niagara Falls. And I've never done that. The only thing I ever seen about Niagara Falls was the falls, or I've got some dear friends that have properties there that I get to visit, but I never got to witness something like that. The falls is pretty, but the people are the beautiful thing. And to ride in that float that day and have that emotional exchange of going down that street was the most rewarding and incredible thing I've witnessed in a long time in my life. So I thank all of you for that, and I thank these two for building it. They did it in a matter of about just under 4 months. And it's like building a movie set to build something like that. We had 4 people almost full-time working on it. It takes creative, it takes ingenuity, and so I thank them for creating and putting together the vision that we get to share, and we will be back next year, I promise you that.
Do you guys want to say something about the float? Here, they're going to just, we'll ask them a little bit about the building. Go ahead, Rob.
2 days into it, and I thought, oh man, this is, I don't know. But after a week, and then 2 weeks went by, and I seen what Blair wanted, and it turned out better than I thought it would ever turn out. So, and I thank Blair for giving us the opportunity to do that, and everything you've said about Blair is absolutely 100% true, and more, and I thank Blair.
Anna's a real boss. When I had a problem, I just went to Anna, and it happened.
Go ahead, Anna.
I just honestly just wanted to thank Blair for actually letting us be able to make his vision come true, and just the joy he gets of making people happy is something that we absolutely honor and are honored of being a part of.
We're going to do a picture now. We're going to do a picture.
A small gift for you, a token. So in there's a bath toy. I'm just going to share it with you.
This is a family channel? It's a family.
All right. You get a hat. This is Teddy's dad, Theodore, who sunk about 2 months ago. He's back in shape now. We got him floating, and there's your bath toy. Okay, all right. There's a few other things in there for you to bring home.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay, we got to do a picture. Let's get all of our swag up here. And let's get that the bobblehead. Come on, you guys. Go ahead. Yeah, yo. Hold that. The picture. We'll get the picture. Okay, we got that. I'll hold this. Come over here a little bit. Yeah.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Perfect.
You get it? Ladies and gentlemen, Blair McKeil, Anna, Rob, Bertina. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Your Worship. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, you're all welcome to stick around, but I wouldn't recommend it. Okay. Thank you to everybody. Now moving on is the Big Brothers, Big Sisters presentation. We've got Erin Graybiel, yes, Executive Director of Big Brothers, Big Sisters of Niagara, and she is going to lead us through a presentation. I'm sorry I don't have a picture for you two, Erin.
I have some for you. That's okay.
Look at that.
Am I loud enough? Do I need to?
Pardon me? I don't know. What does she need to do?
No, she just
Oh, good.
speaks into the microphone.
I'm good?
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mayor Diodati and Council, for allowing me to speak this evening about Big Brothers, Big Sisters, mentorship programs, and the impact we're having right here in Niagara Falls. Do I need to move
You can go ahead and
slides?
take the mouse and start the slideshow.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Can't see.
Is that okay?
Yep, you can do it that way.
Sorry. No.
Try pressing F5 on the keyboard that's there. I'm trying to remember the keyboard shortcut. Is it F5?
Oh.
F5.
There you go. Beautiful.
Good job.
Beautiful.
Sorry about that. In this picture here, this is Frankie, and Frankie is the youngest child in her family. When Frankie was just 5 years old, their family unfortunately lost Frankie's sister to cancer. And after this devastating loss, Frankie became very quiet and introverted. Her mom realized the need for her to connect with someone outside of their immediate family and reached out to Big Brothers Big Sisters to get her a mentor. At the age of 7, in 2023, she first met Terry Lee, who is her mentor. Recently, Terry Lee shared that she is so proud of the confidence Frankie has developed. She's really coming out of her shell. There are moments when she tells me that she feels sad about her sister or hears a song that reminds her of her, but she's so grateful that Frankie feels comfortable sharing how she's feeling and has someone she can talk to about those feelings. I've had the opportunity to meet Frankie and Terry Lee at many of our Big Brother Big Sister events, and it's amazing to be able to witness firsthand the amazing connection that they have. It's incredible to see them laughing and smiling together. Terry Lee's mentorship is helping to shape Frankie's development, enabling her to realize and reach her potential. This is just one of the stories highlighting the power of Big Brothers Big Sisters mentorship. Big Brothers Big Sisters mentorship programs enable vulnerable children and youth to develop their social and emotional competence, mental health and well-being, educational engagement, and employment readiness. An investment of $1 in our preventative mentorship programs returns $23 to society through higher taxes, higher employment rates and incomes, volunteerism, and charitable donations. As of 2023, we are now a Niagara-wide agency serving all 12 municipalities, and we're so fortunate to have a satellite meeting room in the McBain Community Center, thanks to support from yourselves and the City of Niagara Falls. As you can see in 2023, 139 children and youth were involved in Big Brothers Big Sisters mentoring programs in Niagara Falls. In 2024, that number increased to 154 children and youth in Niagara Falls. Of those, 41 were in our community-based mentorship matches, and 113 were involved in either our one-to-one or group programs in schools. Big Brothers Big Sisters programs are available to children and youth from the ages of 6 to 18 or up to 25 for young parents. We currently have 160 children and youth in Niagara Falls waiting to be matched with a mentor. Unfortunately, the children and youth being referred to us in Niagara Falls are facing more adverse childhood experiences than other municipalities in Niagara. It is critical that we're able to continue to grow our mentorship programs in Niagara Falls to support these children, youth, and families. The good news is that our model is scalable. With the support from community members as volunteer mentors, we can support more children and youth in Niagara Falls. While many of our mentors are magical, the secret is being a consistent and caring adult figure in a young person's life. Big Brothers Big Sisters would appreciate your support from the mayor and council and city staff in helping to spread the word about our urgent need for volunteers in Niagara Falls. And for as little as 1 hour a week, you can have a life-changing impact. This may look familiar if you've looked out across the street lately. We do have the nearly new thrift store right across the street from City Hall, and this is our social enterprise. It is staffed by volunteers, and proceeds support a portion of the cost to deliver our Big Brothers Big Sisters mentorship programs. So I also want to encourage community members to get involved in the thrift store, either as donors or volunteers, as it's a great way right here in our community. Thank you once again for your support of youth mentorship and allowing me to speak this evening. I'm hoping to see many of you on the lanes for our Tim Hortons Bowl for Kids' Sake coming up on February 25th and March 1st.
Thank you very much. So do we have any questions? Sorry. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of council for Aaron? Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Aaron, for the presentation. I'm just wondering if anyone's interested in what you would need for your thrift store. If someone would like to donate, where would they go and how do they get in touch with you? And maybe what she does, maybe we can put this on our kind of newsletter for the month.
Yeah, absolutely. So our thrift store is open Tuesday to Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. and we take donations during those hours. So someone can come to the back door of the thrift store and there is a doorbell for donations, or they can call ahead of time if they need to arrange another time with us that they can make donations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just?
Yeah, you keep going.
Our greatest need is always clothing. We do small household items as well, but the majority of the items we sell at the thrift store are good condition clothing, both children and adult clothing.
Okay, I don't know if I need to make a motion or direct staff to put
Sorry.
that on our newsletter, and then just maybe can get that address out if someone's interested in donating and helping out Big Brothers Big Sisters. I think
Good thing we've got our Director of Comms in the house
There you
right
go.
now. So
Okay,
she's there right
perfect.
now. And
Thank
it's
you.
her birthday coming up. So, okay, so we got a motion by Councillor Strange to receive the presentation and to promote this on our social, through our social channels. And I'll look for a second. Councillor Patel. If there's no discussion of that, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously supported. So thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Alrighty, so now we're moving down to reports. And our first report is sidewalk winter maintenance. And I will pass it over to Eric Nickel, our General Manager of Municipal Works.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I have a short presentation today. This will be our fifth occasion to come to council. So I prepared a brief summary of what we've heard, and our recommendations are included at the end of this report. They're the same recommendations that are in your report for the presentation. So I wanted to recap what we've learned so far because I think that's important to frame our recommendations. The first thing that I wanted to mention is that we've been out in the public to talk to the Accessibility Advisory Committee. In 2023, our Manager of Municipal Roadways did a presentation to the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Accessibility, we believe, is a need in the community. It's not a want. Those with accessible needs don't always choose to have those needs. The second part of with respect to accessibility is the province has identified accessibility as an important aspect on sidewalks insofar as there's a municipal regulation, OREG 239, that requires sidewalks to be cleared within 48 hours of a snow event, assuming that there's more than 8 centimeters of snow. So that is the guidelines that we have within the city, downloaded to us by the province for the purposes of ensuring accessibility and safety on sidewalks. So like as I mentioned, we've been here a number of times before and we've done a number of surveys. In 2022, we completed a survey with a number of other questions that were framed around several different options. But one of the initial questions was, do you use a sidewalk? And no surprise, 88% of those responding use a sidewalk in winter. In 2024, we came back with a survey. This was late in 2024. We asked a similar question. Do you think sidewalks should be cleared in the winter? 84% of people did think that sidewalks should be cleared in the winter. So interestingly enough, we get a lot of calls in our office. So this might not be something that you know, but in talking to staff in the mayor's office and staff, we have a lot of people that assume or have come from other communities where they have other actions in place to deal with sidewalk snow clearing. And so through my canvassing of other departments in the mayor's office, it was actually made clear to me that a lot of people call and ask us to enforce the bylaw to keep the sidewalks clear. That's when we have to explain to them that we actually don't have that bylaw. So wanted to make it clear that we do get a lot of people who already assume we have that bylaw, which isn't a bad thing. It means they're already starting to consider their neighbor and to start to keep the sidewalks clear. But it is a point of confusion because of our current situation. So I'm really keen on some of the information that we prepared in our ad hoc field surveys. So in 2023, after a major storm, we sent out our crews, so this was 48 hours after a storm, to see how the community is doing in a voluntary manner for clearing sidewalks. So it might be hard to see, it's on your screen, the two areas in blue had very high compliance, 80 and 87%. We thought that was great feedback, which means that a lot of people are taking it upon themselves to clear the sidewalks. And this year, January 21st, we had a snow event on the 20th. So this is a 24-hour timeline survey. We went to Chippewa and we went to the central part of the city, near 420 and QEW. And we found the numbers were between 63 and 77%. So, of those 4 surveys, it's at least half, but up to 87% of folks are already clearing sidewalks from snow. We did a lot of calls and inquiries to other municipalities because we wanted to do our research and see what everyone else was doing. And what we found was other communities that have colleges or large draws for rentals, we found that their bylaw folks were dealing more with rental properties and with landlords in terms of non-compliance. And you can imagine that, right? If you're trying to earn a profitable rental, you're not always going to want to hire somebody because that cuts into your profit if you're not conscientious as a civic duty. So what we found was, that's something that we have to deal with. But it's also not fair to those who are living in those rentals to not have those sidewalks cleared if it's part of their landlord-tenant arrangement. So we did a quick scan. It's not a perfect estimate of rental properties, but prior to 2024, we were allowing rental water accounts, and about 10% of our accounts are rentals. So we know that about perhaps, or maybe an estimate of 10% of the properties in the city, residential properties, are rentals. We also know that there's larger multi-res properties. That's not included. This is just single rentals that would have one single water account. So that's an area that we think we can improve on because it's likely an area that is not being maintained today by folks who live in those properties. So, not a scientific survey by any means, but ChatGPT has informed me that most municipalities, or at least more than average, more than 50% of municipalities in Ontario have a bylaw to deal with snow and ice clearing. Here's a sample of some of the municipalities similar in size to us, or even our neighbors, that have this type of solution to keeping sidewalks clear. So when we called around to other municipalities, we were interested in how much effort it would be to enforce a bylaw. And we called some of our neighbors, and they said they've had some great years and some not so great years. It depends on the snow. That makes sense, right? If it's a bad winter, you're going to get a lot of calls. If it's not so bad, then most people are finding it passable. And the other thing that is important to identify is that bylaws are enforced on a call and complaint basis. Right? So we may do some of our own enforcement if we know that there are areas where that are sensitive or vulnerable, but generally speaking, you'd call because there's an area that's impassable and you need it cleared. So the stats are fairly low in terms of number of actual full-scale compliance for St. Catharines and Welland, and you can see the numbers, under 10 on an annual basis, likely a bit more for 2025 with the snow we've had this year. And these are full compliance. So what I mean by that is the process starts with a letter of non-compliance. So if we get a complaint, bylaw officers attend to the property. They hand a letter that says you have 48 hours to clear the ice and snow on your sidewalk. And when those folks do not comply, the municipality in that case would go and do the work and then send the bill to the resident with a penalty fee or an administrative fee. So these are full compliance numbers here. There was some information provided earlier today, and I believe our solicitor might be willing to speak further about that in terms of general liability, but it's something we need to be concerned with. The regulations establish what our requirements as a municipality are to offer to the municipality, and where we have gaps in that compliance, we are open to liability. So it's definitely something that we're concerned with, and it's part of the main reasons we're bringing this, this topic forward for consideration. Okay, so I'm an 80s baby, I guess, but winters feel different. I remember sledding down Fireman's Park, and you could go any weekend you want back when I was a young boy. Things feel a bit different. We have a bit more of an average winter this year, but we have completed some work in our climate adaptation plan that's published on our website that indicates that we'll see more rain and less snow in winter and more extreme events. So what does that mean? It means that we need to tailor our approach to the direction that the city is going to be heading with respect to winter events. So you can see some of the stats we have on the table here that just over the last 4 years, so it's not a trend, but it just indicates the level of resources that we're spending today for full-scale road plows and full-scale sand days, so sand plows. So I didn't put sidewalk stats, but that's indicative of what we're doing today when we do a full-scale deployment of our road snowplow resources. So again, back to our questions. We did ask some questions in the 2 surveys about financial willingness to pay for an increased level of service. Unsurprisingly, paying more for a service was not a popular option. It's hard to quantify to the public or to anybody what the extra cost would be to do an option that's would include an increase in municipal resources like equipment and labor. And so we tried to put some numbers there forward, but the majority of respondents indicated that they were not interested in an increase in taxes for those municipal services. Okay, so that's what we've learned over the last 5 times coming here. So I wanted to identify what we can conclude, or at least what staff feel are our recommendations based on this information. First of all, that what we're doing today falls short. It falls short on accessibility and the regulatory requirements. Secondly, this is 2025. So winters feel different. It's because they are slightly different, but our society is different, and we're finding that the litigiousness, if that's even a word, we're finding more people who are want to pick apart our practices for their own financial gain, perhaps. So we have to be prepared for some of those impacts financially and socially on our municipality. Lastly, there was very little appetite to increase taxes for an increased service level. So this informs our recommendations. They're the similar recommendations that were prepared before you. I want to make one specific note. Our recommendation is to implement a bylaw to require compliance with clearing of snow and ice on sidewalks. We're looking at an implementation timeline for winter 2026, so 26-27. So we need an effective date. October 1st generally is the date we would suggest, or we recommend, for enforcement of a bylaw. Secondly, for those who have physical limitations and financial limitations, we believe there's an opportunity. I'm sorry, that's the third one. Back up. So what does that mean by pushing that recommendation forward to October 2026? It means we have some time. We have some time to educate and do some soft enforcement like warnings between now and October of 2026. And then lastly, I skipped ahead. For those who can't clear sidewalks and have financial limitations, we can put into place a financial program to help people so they can hire a contractor or pay their neighbors, for example, to clear those sidewalks. So Council, the recommendation before you are those 3 items. It's worded specifically in the Council report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Strange, I've got Councillor Lococo, and then Baldinelli and Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Eric, for the report. We've been going at this for a few years, whether we want to implement it or not. And you see most of the municipalities in our region are implementing a bylaw. I'm just wondering, there's a few circumstances, and I know this year is probably going to be kind of a little bit of trial up till till next year. The circumstances, especially, you know, you get the snowbirds that are going down for the winter. Is there a way we can get the communication out to them that either they, you know, they can contact a neighbor or, you know, getting the school board maybe in touch with us that we can implement like basically get your volunteer hours and we can have someone here mark them down as you're cleaning off or cleaning some sidewalks for someone who can't do it or for someone who's away for the winter, like the snowbirds, and we can get that communication out.
Yeah, through the mayor, that's exactly the intent of pushing that bylaw effective date until the 2026 winter season. We can use our communications team, social media, and we can do that type of outreach to the schools. That's definitely the intent. The intent for us is compliance. It's not to be punitive. So the more we can do that communication and set up those programs, the more time we have to do that, the better. So that's certainly the intent.
Yeah, and I think generally everybody is really good neighborly. You see people who are helping each other, you know, snowplow their driveways, and people have sidewalks. And is there a time, and I know in the last couple of days, there's a time maybe you shouldn't be shoveling your sidewalks, because I went head over heels a couple times in the last few days walking my dog, and I'm sure Councillor Patel and Councillor Molinelli, it was really slippery. I'm like, I wish they wouldn't, because they want a little bit of snow on there to get some grip, because it was really slippery. Is there times when maybe we can communicate them and say, don't shovel your snow because we're getting icy weather or there's ice underneath the snow or whatever it may be, where you can't get a grip on the sidewalks?
Yeah, and thanks, and through the mayor, that's a great point. We had some ice pellets fall this past few days. So we can do whatever we need to do with respect to communications. I think what we would anticipate is we have our own resources maintaining a third of the city, and we have an approach that we take to that. It doesn't always mean that it's going to be bare sidewalk. In fact, most of the time it's not bare sidewalk. That's not what the regulation requires. The regulation has a proposed amendment in front of the province right now to actually allow packed snow as a suitable surface location. So this is certainly not about getting us to bare pavement. If you can, that's wonderful. We love that. But it's not about that. It's about finding a safe solution for people to walk and giving people enough time that's reasonable to allow that effort to happen. We know it can't happen the same hour or moment as the snow occurs, but within that 48-hour time period, and then we start the process for enforcement over a longer period of time. But we can use our communications team to send out some best practices, you know, how to do it, sand, salt, or like you said, pack it, and then a packed surface that doesn't become a sheet of ice is a great, you know, traction for people who are walking on the sidewalks for sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's very important to get that communication out. And with liability, maybe we can hear from our solicitor about what the liability is for now. Does it change? What happens with that?
Yep, we can go to our solicitor, Ms. Pignarti.
Thank you for the question. The last time the question was asked in this council was the meeting of December 10, 2024, and the question was asked whether a bylaw of this nature would transfer liability from the city to the resident. And the answer is actually no, because these are still city-owned pieces of property. So if a slip and fall happens on these pieces of property, it is still the city's liability. And how much the city pays is really determined by, you know, how unsafe that area was. So when you have a bylaw in place, there's a greater chance that people are going to be clearing it, that it's going to be safer to walk on, there's going to be fewer slips and falls, and therefore fewer claims and fewer payouts by the city. So it reduces the city's liability to have a bylaw, but it does not transfer it to a resident. The liability, if any, will still be borne by the city, but it will be a lesser amount than otherwise. But it's not that the resident picks up the difference.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions for Mr. Nicol through the mayor. You said there's going to be an assistance program in 2026. Do we know how much that's going to be allocated?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor. So, you know, staff have looked at some other practices in other municipalities. The first step in order to identify that is to identify a budget. So nothing is going to happen without a municipal budget. As we've just finished our 2025 operating budget, you know, we need to consider this as a 2026 item. What we can do in the meantime is look at the estimated numbers based on some of the statistics we have for our tax and water support programs. So we don't know what the uptake would be right now, but we would start with looking at, you know, what are reasonable numbers for other municipalities, what are the statistics we have, and then we need to put a reasonable cap on it, because we're asking all the taxpayers to help support their neighbors who don't have that same ability. So it can't be you know, an unlimited budget, but we would look at that and bring back to council that program so you can understand it and roll that out to the community and the public when we have the details ready.
Okay, thank you. But at this point, we don't know if it's 50,000, 150,000. We just don't have a number.
No, we don't have an estimate at this time.
Okay. I had a few residents contact me with these questions. They suggested that there's a lot of people that go out and walk for exercise. Sometimes there's vexatious complaints that come in. They were concerned that if somebody used the same route over and over again and they didn't, the homeowner didn't get to shovel their sidewalk and somebody complained, it's the same person every single day when they go out. How is that going to be handled?
Yeah, through the mayor, it's an interesting question. I mean, the same logic applies to other bylaw complaints, right? Yeah. Our goal is not to be punitive. Our goal is not to collect money or not to do the work. It's strictly compliance. So we would set out those minimum timelines, which is generally 48 hours. After we have 48 hours and then you have 48 hours. So, you know, if it was uncompliant, we would have the duty to enforce the bylaw. It's complaint driven, and we would not take a special circumstance like that under any type of special arrangement. But you know, the point is that if we do have some repeat customers, for example, we might want to have those conversations to explain to them why they have been asked to clear the sidewalks and what their responsibilities are in the bylaw. But it's no different than we would treat tall grass or any other types of property standards complaints where they might be common complaints. Unfortunately, we have to treat every complaint as if it's legitimate.
Okay. The other question was about, it's one thing about clearing off the snow that falls, but some people are concerned about the plow snow that gets pushed on, which is very heavy and compacted. What would be your response for that?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, we have recently, in 2024, brought a report to council that recommended a change to add additional sidewalk into our own city plow routes. So on class 1 and 2 roads, those are high volume roads. We do all of the sidewalks because we know they have higher volumes. Class 3 roads are lower volume sidewalks. Mr. Stika had some information for us. He's here. He might want to add to this. But what we've done is we've added 25 additional kilometers of what we call curb face sidewalk. That's an area where there is no space for the snow to be stored. It goes right from the road onto the sidewalk back on the road. So we've added that to our plow route. So when we're plowing it, we're not expecting homeowners to plow it. So are there other locations that might be close to the sidewalk or close to the road that do get plowed from time to time? Yes, that does happen. But we're clearing with our resources the vast majority of locations where that's happening today.
Okay, and final question. We talked about ice, slips and falls with ice. Are residents expected to use salt?
Yeah, thanks through the mayor. The regulation, the bylaw talks about doesn't provide specifics, right? Because there's multiple ways to treat ice. So our regulation from the province says salt sand or a different type of abrasive or type of treatment. So we're looking for the public to use what's reasonable with the same. I wouldn't hold them to a standard higher than what we are holding ourselves to. So we'll use sand, we'll use salt, or sometimes we'll pack it to prevent ice. It's the reformation when it freezes and thaws and creates that really slick, thin layer of ice. So we do expect them to treat it in some manner. We're just not going to give them specifics on what that looks like or how to treat it. The best practice would be to try to move the snow off of it so it doesn't remelt, and then to put down some salt. If you're having that recurring freeze thaw and you have a driveway, you're probably salting your driveway too. Maybe not, but that's the expectation, that it's treated in some form.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baldinelli.
Thanks, Eric. Great presentation. I'm glad to see it happening. I know that I've been blessed with my neighborhood's been taken care of pretty nice. You have the odd ends, but I'm just looking at the non-compliance feature of it, and if there's any way that we can, like, sometimes you have homes that are non-compliant in many things, and so if we're going with our grass cutting thing, and basically this could fall into the extended, right? Stop cutting grass, then you start shoveling your driveway. And if you have that non-compliance feature, if we can kind of roll them in together so that people are are aware that they need to take care of their grass and, you know, take care of the sidewalk in front of them as well. That's what's one question. Number two is, I understand that we're saying, you know, this ice and stuff like that, but if I went ice fishing, I would probably get the proper footwear. And Mike and Vic went running today, and they have the proper footwear. And, you know, you would think that some people would have to have, you know, you could buy those things that you slip on your feet that have little traction. That you can't blame the city or people that are, you know, homeowners if there's, you know, the sidewalks aren't flat and they don't all drain perfectly, and you're going to get ice. And sometimes you just have to be aware of it and wear the proper shoes. So it's, you know, it's a give and win-win if everybody does what they need to protect themselves, you know, sand or whatever you need. But the biggest thing is the non-compliance thing, you know, because if you get rentals, they're non-compliant, and then they're non-compliant in everything. So I'd like to see if you're going to go and send somebody to cut the grass, and then you need to send somebody after to clean sidewalks. If this is, you know, that builds on the non-compliances instead of starting one for just the sidewalks and one for the grass.
Yeah, through the mayor, it's a great comment. That's what we heard from other municipalities that had, you know, large number of student housing and things like that, right? Is those municipalities were becoming property maintenance contractors for those landlords because it was cheaper to pay the city to do it than to hire a contractor. It's not our approach here. That's not the approach that I'd like to take. You know, we'll need more consultation with our bylaw team. They're faced with, you know, a number of issues, even VROs to have to manage. So the approach that I would like to take is compliance, right? We're you know, willing to work with people in their circumstances to try to accomplish compliance. As our solicitor mentioned, this is about increasing accessibility by decreasing liability. We're not going to be perfect, and I don't think any other municipality would ever suggest they're perfect. But if we can just be a little bit better, we'll decrease our liability and we'll allow increased accessibility for those folks who don't have a choice but to take their walker or their wheelchair to the corner store or the grocery store or the drugstore or whatever it might be. So it's just making minor improvements to try to help everybody. And if there's an opportunity to look at repeat offenses through our administrative monetary penalty bylaw, our AMPS bylaw, I think the city could take that under direction as we continue to roll out some of our bylaws through the AMPS process about what do we do for repeat offenders? Could we, you know, stack the fines or decrease the notice periods so that we're, I'd say, becoming a little bit tougher on those who are willingly non-compliant. Thanks.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I know it came to the council 5th time, and I know that 2023 there was a survey and that was very close, almost 49 to 50. That's what it was for the bylaw. So I personally took an initiative and talked to lots of my neighbors when I go around, walk my dog. And lots of people are happy about this bylaw because every neighborhood has that 1 or 2 houses that doesn't shovel the snow. And when you're walking and it's almost to halfway of your calf and it's just lots of snow, then you end up walking on the road. And that's what I have noticed in some places, that people, especially kids, when they're going to school, they walk on the road instead of sidewalk because the snow is not shoveled. So it is more of the safety issue too, accessibility and safety when the sidewalks are not shoveled. And when I spoke to most of the people, they were all happy about this bylaw because it just encourages to be a good neighbor. End of the day, that's what it is. And where I live in South End, we have 3 primary schools, 2 high schools, and we have another primary school coming. And we are encouraging kids for a healthy lifestyle. We are encouraging them to walk to the school, and we're expecting people to walk in the neighborhood too. So I think for a healthy lifestyle, accessibility, safety, and even quality of life, I think this bylaw is really good, and we have 2 years of grace period for education, and that will do great for citizens to understand how it's going to be implemented. And I would support this bylaw. So I don't know if motion is moved. I'll move the motion to accept the recommendations.
Okay, so we'll take the motion from
Yes.
Councillor Patel. Looking for a second, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. Is there any discussion to the motion? Councillor Lococo?
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with us downloading our responsibility to our residents. I understand why we need to do it, accessibility, liability, reduce them. I understand that. I'm really interested to see how this goes. Let's work on the education, get people educated and aware of what's going on. And when we started, I hope that the incidents are very low. I hope that we're not opening up a can of worms. But I'm still a little leery about downloading, but I will support it.
Thank you for that. And if everyone's done their comments, and I'll say I also do support it, simply because the majority of people, by far, almost 9 out of 10 want it, and most of the people already do it, and most people think we already have one. And over the years, people are in shock when I tell them we don't have a bylaw. Most people believe that we have one. It makes a lot of sense to have it. And I think if this is fair and it's reasonable, it focuses on education and prevention. And when you look at the complaints from other cities nearby, very small amount of complaints. I think it went from 0 to 7 in a year that they had to take action. That's small. I think way smaller than our grass cutting and our dog noise from barking dog bylaws. So I think it's fair, it's reasonable. So we're going to call that vote then. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously approved, and congratulations, Eric. It only took you 5 times. That was good. Well done. Well done. He thought his grandkids were going to have to get it approved, but we got her done. Okay, moving on, 7.2, Portage Road Water Main Replacement, Niagara Parks. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. Before we call the vote, yes, I've got Councillor Patel and Lococo to speak to it.
Mr. Mayor, I want to praise Mr. Nichol for jumping on this opportunity. This is what we talk about proactively, looking at the projects where we can save money, and this is being efficient. And Niagara Parks is a great partner. That's another thing, right? But when I read this report and when it said that the 1.2 plus million are coming from the capital budget, and that might affect our next year's capital budget, I reached out to Mr. Nichol and I told Mr. Nichol that I would hate not to support this project. It's a great project, but we just passed the budget, and I just do not want to amend the capital budget and add it on to the next year's budget already as we are going. So I asked Mr. Nichol if he can swap up this project for some other project he has lined up as we have multi-year budget. And he actually had some great explanation about this project, and I will ask Mr. Nichol to explain that, where the money is coming for this project.
Mr. Nichol.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The councillor's right. I don't like bringing an amendment to the budget at any time, for that matter. This is, to be very clear, a capital budget amendment. For the public listening, we approved a tax levy. The capital budget was passed by council in the fall of 2024, and we started working on a capital budget in July. So we knew that Niagara Parks was moving forward with their Toronto Power Generating Station, and they needed an upsized water main, and this was important to service delivery. They're extending their water main down the Moraine to the site, so it's a key infrastructure piece for them, but we didn't know when, we didn't know the cost sharing at that time. So at that time, staff felt like we're best to wait and see with the parks. And they did move it forward, which we're pleased about, and they're advancing it quicker than we could advance it on their cost sharing because they have a significant need for it. What that means for us, though, is that the project wasn't in sync with our budget process. The good news for us, however, is that the monies for this water project don't come from the tax levy, they come from the water and rate levy. And that was also approved before the end of 2024. And the other good news is the surplus reserve that the monies are being used to fund this project are in the account from past project surpluses plus 2026 plans. So what we would do means we'll be readjusting our finances for 2026, but it does not mean we're increasing the taxes based on the last approval of the operating budget. If I could do it over again, I'd put it in the budget, but I've had those situations where I put it in and their project doesn't get approved, and now I have over $1 million of money that I can't spend. So we were anticipating swapping out as an option a water main project on Stanley Avenue. That project now needs a twin sewer, so there's complex reasons why the project's not moving ahead right away. But the benefit of approving this as a budget amendment is that other project stays live, and I don't have to do a budget amendment later for that project. It still has valid reasons for being a project, and it's still planning to proceed. I'm not sure Treasurer wants to add any more. It's the best technical financial explanation I can give, but I don't anticipate it impacting our 2026 work program because generally our rate reserve is in good shape, and we have the ability to fund most of the projects that are planned for 2026.
Thanks.
Yep,
Through
go
the
ahead,
chair.
Ms. Clark.
I think you did a great job, and the only thing I'll just add is we also approved in the rate budget after the capital budget a $500,000 increase in the water transfer, so that is sitting in the reserve to be allocated. So that was helping, and we do have other money that is accommodated by that reserve, by that rate revenue.
Thank you, and great job jumping on the opportunity for saving money. And I just have one question: that we are replacing lead pipe with PVC. What are we doing? And how long is what's the lifeline for the PVC pipes?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, there's no lead in this project, to be very clear. It's a cast iron, so it would be a solid iron pipe that is 100 years old, so it's at the end of its life. And the useful life for a new plastic pipe is at least 80 years, but they've only started creating plastic pipe within the last 50 years. So we expect it will last at least 80, hopefully, fingers crossed, and everything, hundreds of years, 120 years. But it is the best quality material that's available to us for this size pipe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. Nickel. I'm sorry, I can't tell by the map. Is this pipe going in front of the Portage Road development that we approved?
Yeah, through the mayor. Yes, so there is an approved zoning and official plan amendment for the Marineland Parkway, Old McLeod Road, Portage Road location. Yes, there is that application. We've been working with the developer on that application. They're requiring an extension of this water main through to their property. So there is a small benefit to that property owner, but because their application is not a development permit right now, it's not in a site plan stage, we're not in discussions with that applicant. But this new water main has been sized for the benefit of the Toronto Power Generating Station project and for the future development application that's coming, that we anticipate could be coming. They will be required to enter into a cost-sharing agreement with us for the future extension of this work.
Okay, thank you. So just if I understand correctly, we are cost sharing with the Niagara Parks Commission for this, and there's this other development on Portage Road that will require to use that, and there will be cost sharing at that time with them?
So just to be clear, the work that's being done today is work to replace an existing pipe, and the Niagara Parks is paying a lot of the upsizing costs because they need a larger diameter for the flow to their site. The new development will be an extension further south and through Old McLeod Road to replace additional pipe. That will be the developer's cost. So there's no cost sharing with the developer on what's being replaced today. The pipe's 100 years old, and it's up to us to replace it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If we have no further questions or comments, it's been the recommendation that we enter a cost-sharing agreement with the Niagara Parks for the replacement and improvement of the Portage Road water main from Marineland Parkway to Old McLeod Road. Allowance has been moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councilor Strange. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. So moving on to 7.3. There's a recommendation to change the street name for a portion of Shizler Road, west of Montrose Road. There's a motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councilor Patel. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. 7.4, there's a recommendation regarding construction fencing. Councilor Pietrangelo. And then Lococo, and then Baldinelli.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I had asked for this a while back anyway, so I just wanted to say thank you to staff for bringing back an update. I do like the date of initiation that's in the bylaw. It goes all the way back to January 2019. So perhaps that would be my first comment, if I could get staff to just simply confirm. Does this mean that it applies to any project that started from January 1st, 2019 forward? Or is it just when the fencing went up?
Okay.
Through the mayor. Yes, we had the backdated due to the, there's a couple of sites that there's a lot of complaints on at the moment. So we backdated to those permit dates, specifically Stanley and Ferry and the Chippewa site.
Okay. All right, and I just have one other question, Your Worship, and then I'm happy to move the report. And that deals with enforcement, and I just didn't see the enforcement piece in there. So what happens typically? Like someone from the public might call and say, you know, the fencing is in a derelict condition or there isn't fencing up. And then what does staff do? Do they try to reach out to the owner? Is there a time frame there? Like I know for grass cutting, you know, we have to send a registered letter and then there's a time period that they're given to correct the situation, and then we go back out and inspect. And if it still isn't done by that point, then we send a grass cutter out and then we send them the bill. If they don't pay the bill, then it goes on the taxes. Just wondering what the process is for enforcement on this, Your Worship.
Okay. Mr. Cheka?
Through the mayor, yes, it's going to be the same timeline as regular enforcement, 20 days. And then if they don't abide by that, then we'll have to go to the next steps.
Okay, I'm happy to move the report.
You already did, but thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Lococo, and then Baldinelli, and then Patel. No? Oh, just Patel. Okay.
Just a quick question. It talks about plywood and how to paint it. Can you use chain link fence?
Mr. Cheka?
No, not at the moment. At the moment, it is chain link fence, but we want to put the hoarding up to beautify the city. That way it's unified, especially if we have sites, well, it's a future site by the casino. We don't want it open. The one site, it's a wind tunnel down there, so if it's hoarded up, you'll stop the sand from blowing everywhere on the tourists. So.
Okay, thank you. Some of the chain link fences on construction sites, they put up banners, I don't know what the proper word is, with the holes for the wind, so I was wondering if it was part of this, but if we're sticking with wood and there's reasons, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baldinelli?
Thank you. I agree with Vic on the fencing and everything. You were talking about, I think I brought this up before when last year or the year before, about the murals. I know the fencing is only, what 8 meters or something like that? I think 1.35, I'm not exactly sure the exact height of it. And then there was, you know, the logos and everything like that. And I'm thinking, you know, if they go anything higher, what do we do? Can we put that mural type of coverage on it so that it looks like what you're actually putting down there? Like extend this a little bit higher, make it a little bit stronger.
Mr. Cheka? So the idea of beautifying an area, right?
Yes.
Art or pictures?
The murals are permitted, similar to what we did at the Exchange. So that has to be approved by the GM of planning or myself once they submit their murals.
Is that it? Yep.
I'm still looking for some, you know, like if you have a 5-story building, can we have the 5-story building look like a 5-story building? So if you have a building, then you have another space, and then you have the building, it almost looks like there's a building there. I've seen it all over where I travel around, and I don't know if we've implemented it here. We were talking about it last year to Kira and planning, and I'm just thinking, can we take a step forward in getting that so that when we have construction, so we're not, you know, can see over a fence that's 1.8 and you're looking into a hole or anything else, or you have a mounded dirt, something that basically covers so that you pass by, it doesn't even look like there's any construction going on. You know?
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Mr. CAO, did you have any comment to this?
My only comment would be you have safety concerns if you have fencing that's over a certain height, and then you'll also have neighbor concerns. So I think we went with a consistent standard for hoarding. I know in certain jurisdictions with special approvals, they do exterior. So in Paris, for example, when on the scaffolding and that kind of stuff, there's additional precautions, and there's significant cost to that. But you know, someone doing construction of a Chanel shop on, you know, the Champs-Élysées is going to pay a different premium than someone doing it. So there is there is the ability for anything that's outside the bylaw that there can be approval by the CBO or the general manager of planning. So I would say it is a potential. Most of the time, our builders are looking for the minimum cost to comply, not to do what you're saying. And like I said, for certain heights, there are concerns because if you have a windstorm and you have a very high hoarding and that falls, you have certain liability concerns. So there, you know, that is a concern. But if someone is willing to do something that's above and beyond, then we would have to get special approval for that, which is provided in the bylaw.
Sorry, it is always that I've seen it. It's on scaffolding that's outside of a building, so I wouldn't expect it to be erected and just, you know, just to be there. But you know, a lot of these projects take 3 or 4 years, and to have something, if you have scaffolding, to make it beautify the area, because we're looking at beautification at all times, even during construction, would be an asset. Thank you.
What I would suggest is, once we move forward with this bylaw, I think in certain zones that makes sense. Like New York has certain things on the beautification also. And I think in certain areas, you may in the future request a bit higher magnitude of that. Areas where there is far more public access. So whether that's in the Fallsview area or certain areas, we may upgrade it. This is a significant upgrade at this first step, is to get to this level, and I think we can improve upon that after there'll be a bit of indigestion for some of our builders to absorb this to begin with, and then we can, I think, move to that Fallsview or certain specific areas that we improve that.
Yep, great. And then when you mentioned Champs-Élysées, Councilor Pietrangelo thought of something, so he wanted to jump in as well.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Burgess kind of covered it off. There is room in the bylaw that allows a developer to come in and put up fencing that looks exactly like the building. They're just asked to present it to staff and have staff approve it before they actually put it up. So they can put up that design plywood that looks exactly like the building that they're going to build. It's just that we're asking them to have it staff approved beforehand. I agree with Mr. Burgess. I mean, that type of detail doesn't apply to every situation, but perhaps in the future staff can come back with some amendments to the bylaw so that we can poke at different areas and say, if you're going to build in this area and you're going to put fencing up, then we want it to look, I guess a certain way and beautify the area rather than just have plain old plywood around the site.
Okay, super. Well, I think we've had a fulsome discussion. Oh, Councilor Strange.
Sorry, just one more, Mr. Mayor. Is there an opportunity for a developer or builder that's doing this to advertise on it as well? If they want to, No
Want to put some real estate signs up? Is that what
No.
you're thinking? Okay, so we've got and I'm sure we've got a member of the public who wishes to address council, Jody Burdette. So if you'd like to come forward and introduce yourself, and then we'll start the 5-minute clock.
Is the microphone on?
It should be. Is it on?
Can you hear me?
Okay, yep, it's on.
Council, let me start by saying that I understand the good intentions behind the principles of this bylaw, and I agree with them. However, the way it is worded creates a lot of potential collateral damage and neglects to address some administrative and life safety issues. Let's talk about life safety issue first because it's the most important issue. I want to draw your attention to the Ferry Street site beside the Dairy Queen store. Whether by chance or design, this bylaw has revealed a serious life safety issue within our city. There is no barrier to prevent a vehicle from driving directly off the edge of the excavation pit from Ferry Street. To make this issue even more concerning, there are unblocked driveway paths leading from the road to the edge of the excavation pit. A chain link fence or even a wooden fence proposed by this bylaw is not strong enough to prevent a vehicle from falling into the pit should an accident happen. The likelihood of permanent disability or death in such an event is no doubt rather high. I would feel more comfortable if this bylaw required concrete barriers at such locations. As a housekeeping matter, Section 2 appears to state that it covers all lands in Niagara Falls except for construction under 3 stories within residential zones. It would be much clearer if it were not written in a jumbled manner with references to various zones. Instead, it could simply state all lands in the city with the exception of, and then insert your exceptions afterwards. It also appears that all properties with structures under 3 stories used for commercial, industrial, institutional, and other purposes within a residential zone are excluded, while residential uses in non-residential zones, such as Lori Lococo's house in the downtown central zone, are not excluded. When reading both Section 2 and 2H together, it appears that the bylaw captures every property within the city limits except for properties in residential zones under 3 stories. That will apply for or has already applied for a permit since 2019. So how does this bylaw cause potential collateral damage? Okay, a simple instance of potential collateral damage from the bylaw is that if Councillor Coco wishes to renovate her bathroom, she would be required to put a fence around her property. Her home is in a commercial zone and it is not exempt from the bylaw. I am fairly certain that this was not the intent of the bylaw, but it will be the result as it is currently written. If the bylaw is complaint-driven, some individuals who may not favor the councillor might try to enforce the bylaw out of spite should she choose to renovate her bathroom. Now, the example of Councillor Coco may seem a bit outlandish, so let me provide a more realistic scenario. The bylaw captures almost every property in Niagara Falls for anything that requires a building permit, even an open pit excavation. I recall a petition where 500 signatures from some very unhappy residents opposing a development near a quarry. After you pass this bylaw, what would stop them from filing a complaint against that property and initiating the process for it to comply with this bylaw? This is a very real possibility. The cost to comply would be astronomically prohibitive for many current developments. The Niagara South Hospital is also captured by the bylaw, as are many other existing developments that were not intended to be. No one expects the hospital site to build a wall around the entire property. It appears that this bylaw will require it to do so. I sent images of properties within the city to the council and the administration prior to this presentation. The images of Chippewa, Stanley, and Dairy Queen are properties that should be captured by this bylaw. On the other hand, the images of City Hall, Cotton Modern Landfill, the hospital, the hostel, Quarry, Silvertown, Simon's Restaurant, the transit station, and the World Tour Road are all properties that should not be captured but will be. The My House image depicts the 2 abandoned houses beside my own. I do not want walled-in houses beside my own. Nobody does. This would be very undesirable to me, and unfortunately these properties will be captured by bylaw and require a fence around them. The Falls Autobody image provides an example that if a business owner in a commercial zone such as downtown decides to add an apartment above their shop to help with the housing shortage, they would be required to build a fence around their entire property. This fence with a gate would interfere with the business's current operations.
Over 5. Yeah, we just got to get you to wrap up.
I have 4 more paragraphs. Is that okay?
All right, wrap it up.
Thank you. These are only a fraction of the scenario of properties that this bylaw will impact, potentially causing significant distress. Clearly, these were not intended targets of the bylaw. It is not my nature to accept that this administration will or should be allowed to pick and choose which properties will and will not be required to comply with this bylaw on a whim. More guidance should be provided on how the bylaw will be implemented. I have expressed my concerns about the unreasonable governing positions of this bylaw, and what I perceive as potential collateral damage. While I have attempted to assist the administration with insights and solutions, it has become evident that such assistance is not desired. Whether the bylaw is passed as is, amended, or deferred, I strongly urge that the life safety issues be resolved before it is enacted. I reiterate my initial point. I understand and agree with the good intentions behind the principles of this bylaw. However, the way it is currently worded creates a lot of potential collateral damage and neglects to address some administrative and life safety issues as I perceive them.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions of council? Okay, so no, I'm sure it's been so long. Who made the motion? Was that Councilor Pietrangelo?
Yes, still looking for a second.
Oh,
we
didn't get a seconder? Yeah, we're good. Thank you very much. I need a seconder to the motion. Councilor Baldinelli, okay? So this is in regard to the construction fencing bylaw, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. Yes, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess since my house was talked about, maybe we can get our chief building officer to comment on what Mr. Burdette said.
Okay, Mr. Cheka, did you?
Just in general for everybody.
Yeah, for any residential house redoing their bathroom, would they need to put hoarding up and construction fencing around the house?
Through the mayor, no, they're not required, no.
Thank you.
All right, great. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor, okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to 7.5, single room occupancy. Do we have Councillor Pietrangelo? Did you want to?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I don't mind moving the recommendation. I did have a couple comments as well. I guess I'll just start by saying rules, regulations, and standards, absolutely, Your Worship. I think everyone that I talked to is in full agreement in terms of having standards and, you know, creating a living condition for whoever is living in these SROs that is respectable and presentable. So rules, regulations, and standards, yes. I think in the beginning, Your Worship, when the issue of SROs came, and at that time it might have even been called a boarding house. I can't remember that far back. I know there's some staff here that might remember better than I did. There was some hesitation from some of the from some of the BIAs. I know the Lundy's Lane BIA felt very vulnerable at the time, simply because they have a lot of older hotels out that way, or motels, I should be saying, that can easily be converted to SROs. And for every action, there's a reaction, Your Worship. So, you know, if council decided to blanket the city with the ability to transfer properties over into SROs, you know, I think we have to understand or have the foresight to wonder, what are we actually doing to certain areas? And that's why Lundy's Lane felt very vulnerable. They're a main street. They're probably the biggest main street in our municipality. I know we have other ones, but Lundy's Lane is a very long one. And I mean, if we do allow SROs to transfer over from the current state that they're in into an SRO, I would hope, Your Worship, that we would be putting some type of limits on it. We don't want, you know, a large percentage of SROs in any single area, because again, we have to wonder what we're going to end up, or what the what the commercial economic viability in that area is going to be afterwards. So I would like to see some limits, actually, when we do look at bringing in a report that allows the conversions of certain properties into SROs, because I wouldn't want them to be clustered in any single area, and I wouldn't want one area to have too many of them. And then the last point that I'll ask about is enforcement again. So if we allow properties to convert to SROs, and then there's other ones that are operating as SROs that haven't received approval, how do we enforce that, Your Worship? So those are just some of the questions that I have. Other than that, I'm happy to move the report.
Okay. All right, just get an answer. I think we've got an answer, Mr. CEO.
Sure, and Mr. Dick can provide any clarity. I think one of the challenges with enforcing under the current regime is we don't have those things. So if we actually have it, then it's actually easier to enforce against the ones who aren't there. But your point on concentration is something that we can add to the scope of the study, because this report's really just asking us to go and study it and to notify council that because of our workload, the study won't happen until 2020. This work won't happen until 2026. So we wanted to be clear on it being pushed out. But if council is not interested in studying the issue any further, then tell us now, and then we'll kind of go pencils down on this issue. It has taken us a while to get to this point, and further study is there. But I think your specific point of concentration is a good one, which we would add to the scope of the study.
Yeah, and Your Worship, I appreciate the comments. I would like to see some rules, regulations, and standards around SROs. So that's one of the biggest reasons why I don't mind going forward and studying it. I appreciate the comment about concentration. And then again, so for instance, if we said that, you know, there's going to be 10% of the properties that are going to be allowed to be SROs in a given area, is that going to be based on properties, or is that going to be based on rooms, that's the other thing that we have to consider, because if you say 10 properties, you know, there could be 100 rooms per property, that might represent 1,000 rooms. And then what are you doing to the overall commercial activity that happens in that area after that? So I'd like there to be some thought given to whether it's based on properties, whether it's based on rooms, and kind of spreading it out around the city, Your Worship. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I would like clarification. On page 3, under the analysis, if we approve phase 2, that is approving option A or 1A. Is that correct? Am I correct in that understanding?
Okay, we'll get an answer. I think they're just looking for it. Yep, Mr. CAO?
Page 3, second paragraph under the analysis.
I'm just referring to 1A.
Yeah, it says, proceed to phase 2 of the update, which will include affirming whether option A or 1A remain the most appropriate option.
Yeah.
So that's the motion.
Yeah, that's correct. So I'll have Mr. Dick explain the options.
So I think the report is referring to what council was looking at prior back. Sorry, my apologies. Yep. Through the mayor to the councillor, I think what we're referring to in the report is just referring to what council was looking at with respect to back in 2018 and 2019. To Mr. Burgess's comment, we're going to be looking at the study. We're going to be looking at the study again, and we'll look at those options.
Okay, thank you. I'm a little concerned if we approve option 1A or A at this point. It is an old study back in 2018. In the 2018 election, 2019, I was a member of the TAC, the Technical Advisor Committee, and the things that stood out to me at the time was we were in a housing crisis, we needed affordable units, we set out rights and responsibilities of the tenants, and we set out rights and responsibilities of the owners, because there were a lot of people that were living in squalor in old decrepit buildings, and the whole purpose of this was to provide housing and rights and responsibilities. The BIAs got involved at that point and started talking about buffers and parking, and brought a lot to the table about what they wanted to see. Because this is so old, here we are now in 2025, our housing crisis is worse, the city's growing, the price of rentals have dramatically increased. I know that Mr. Dick just said that they'll be bringing another report, but I would like to defer this until another report is brought back, because if we approve option 1A or A, whichever one is on there, I don't think it's appropriate at this time. The BIAs, I know, would like to be part of this, and I do agree with Councillor Pietrangelo that maybe looking at percentages or something, but I think we need to put that on the table for us to approve it rather than say, let's fill that up later on.
Okay, our CAO is going to weigh in.
Yeah, Mr. Dick can add. So option A was to allow a motel to move to an SRO, and option 1A was for a portion of it to move. Option B was moving to a residential use, and option C was to allow SRO buildings as an interim use. So we can add option B as a residential use as part of the consideration, but I'm not sure we can bring a report back with any additional information, because part of it was to go get a consultant to bring us back that information for council to make a decision. Council can change it. If you want to include option B into it for more permanent residential use, then we can bring back some rules around that. But I'm not sure. We have to go to outside consultants to provide this information. We don't have the internal bandwidth to do it. So it's really about setting the scope for the outside consultants. But those were the three options that were provided. So I think if you wanted to add a permanent use, we would have to change the budget for that for the consultant also to look at considering option B and what would be required from a regulation point of view and things to do with that versus converting a hotel to an SRO.
Here's the challenge that I have. I think the question is, where in the city are these acceptable? We put a shelter on Summer Street. That was a commercial in that zone, but there's residential. Oh, that's not the right place. We have a transitional motel on Buchanan Avenue, is in a residential. That's not the right place. We have a transitional housing on Victoria Avenue. That's not the right place. Like, every time we do something, whether it's residential or commercial, we're running up to these things. I'm the first one to support SROs, but I think we need to have some more information. A lot of the economic development up on Lundy's Lane has changed, and I think we need more information before we decide. So I know that Councillor Pietrangelo put the motion on the floor, and I know that motion should go first. I guess we should vote on that, but if it doesn't go through, I would like to put a motion to defer this and bring more information back before voting on it.
Okay, so currently there's a motion, we didn't get a seconder yet to the motion.
Well, a deferral motion supersedes.
It does. She hasn't made it, though. She hasn't made it. You said.
Could I make a deferral even though there's
Yeah.
a motion?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
well then I would like to defer it until we have more information.
Okay, so we have a clarification.
Yeah, so just, I think staff would require what information you would be looking for. Because at this point in time, we want to know what to prepare for you for
Okay,
going back.
thank you. I would like information, if it's possible, about concentration, if we can say where in the city that they can be put and where not, and a certain percentage, if that, because I've been told that was no, and that might be incorrect. So that's one.
Sorry, just for clarification. So this is on conversion, so it'd have to be an existing motel. They're already in the city, so it'd be rules around conversion. So it's not like the hotels are present today or the motels are present today. So it would have to be an appropriately zoned motel, and it's whether you can allow them to convert to an SRO. So it's not where it's allowed because it's already the condition is already pre-existing in the city.
Right, but I think what Councillor Pietrangelo, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 2,150 rooms in 47 motels right now. And I think what Councillor Pietrangelo was saying was, is there a certain concentration within a certain area or a certain percentage of those ones that are existing? If there's 47 motels, do we say, oh, we can only have 5 on Lundy's Lane that adds up to X number of dollars or X number of rooms or a percentage? I don't think we can approve an option without knowing exactly what it is. And I think the BIAs need to come back to the table to talk about their economic plan. This is 7 years old. I know we're in a worse position, but we need to have more information. Like, I've been asking for the SRO report to come back quite often, and I'm glad it's back, but it's just been an analysis and a summary, and now the old report. There's been no updated information.
Maybe, Mr. Dick, did you want to say something? You want to add something?
Through the mayor to the councillor, maybe this will help. I think ultimately, if we get the opportunity to reinvestigate the SRO, we'll take a look at those options that were presented in 2018, 2019. We're going to do some additional analysis. We'll have a consultant to go out there and, go beyond the windshield survey that was done before, get a better understanding of the current situation. Then we can talk about those other issues about concentration and location. So I think what you're adding, I think everybody's adding great points, but I think ultimately the study will have to take a look at that. So if we're just looking for right now is the opportunity to engage with the study, and then we can, craft the terms of a reference to take a look at all those questions that everybody has. I hope that helps.
That helps, but it still is approving option A or 1A.
No, we can do your deferral.
We can remove it.
Yep.
Okay, as long as we can remove
Study
it.
1A. Wasn't that from 2018?
It was 2018, yeah. I don't mind putting a motion to have a new study in addition to what we've already done, but I don't want to approve one option over another yet.
We can do that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, so that's what we're really asking for. At the end of the day, we need to go and refresh the study. We are not doing it with internal resources, and even to have an outside party do it, we're not able to schedule that study till 2026. So the question is, are you narrowing the scope to 1A, 1 and 1A, which was what was there before? Are you adding option B? There's only so many options on the conversion of the SRO, or of the motel. So is it just to move to an SRO? Is it to use residential properties? Or is it just for temporary use? And each of those elements can be studied. It would just add to the cost of the study. So it's really, this was more about what's the scope of the study that's going to go back. So if you want to increase the scope, you can say do options 1 to 3, options 1, 1A, 2, and 3. If you want to add something to the study, as Councillor Pietrangelo has asked for around concentration and that kind of stuff, we can add to the scope of the study. We just can't internally as staff go and study something where we don't have the resources. So like this is about adding to the scope if you'd like to it, and then you'd likely have to adjust the budget if you increase the scope.
I think we should add to the scope. I was concerned that it said it was option 1 and 1A. That's my concern. So if we can proceed with the study, look at the options that were already there, maybe some new ones will come up. Any other ideas, like Councillor Pietrangelo brought up about concentration, percentage numbers, or if any other councillors have it. But I think we need to look at it with fresh eyes because things are different right now.
Councillor, do you mind? Do you want to then just amend your motion then? And
I will amend my motion to add.
okay.
And then I will second it as long as we're not doing the one option.
Okay.
Yeah, and Your Worship, I just want to say as well, like, I mean, we're kind of stuck in a holding pattern right now because we don't have any rules, regulations, or standards. Therefore, we can't go out and enforce anything. And that's the hard part I have with it. I mean, I understand the deferral and you know, that just keeps pushing it down the road, but without having any standards that we can enforce, we're kind of, you know, caught between a rock and a hard place, Your Worship. So.
Okay, so yes, Councillor Baldwin.
Thanks, and you know, for the deferral.
We're not doing a deferral.
I'm just saying,
Yep.
pushing it down the road, I mean, for Mona and I, and, well, Stan's not here right now, but, you know, it was just thrown upon us right now, and I don't really have enough information to do, but looking for more information would
Right.
assist us as well, and I'd like to follow the lead of both of them in the
Yep, so that's what we're going to do. Did you have another comment, CAO?
Yeah, just a friendly amendment that Clause 2 read, including a budget amendment, instead of 40,000, Ms. Dolch is texting me asking for 70 in total to authorize the additional scope.
Okay, that's okay with the mover? Is that okay with the seconder?
Yes, it is. As much as we don't want to spend money, we have to do this right at the beginning or we're going to have more problems. Actually, maybe there's one other thing that we can put down there. In the study, it talked about different municipalities that had the SROs. We're 7-8 years into it. Could we look into how it's going? Because I've heard some stories that they were put in the wrong place and it didn't go well. So if we can look into that, that would be helpful too.
Can we, yep, that's part of the thing. Okay, great. Mr. Dick's good with that too. Yes, Councillor Patel, you had further comment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Dick, what do they involve when they do the studies for SRO? Do they look at their schools nearby? Do they look at lots of different elements when they approve a property for SRO?
Mr. Dick?
Through the mayor to the councillor, that's a great question. That's something that we'll just have to flush out with, once we have a consultant, we could take a look at what are other best practices in other jurisdictions.
Thank you, and I do agree with Councilor Pietrangelo and Councilor Lococo on this matter, because this report was done in 2018. Lots have changed since 2018. We are in much different times now, and lots of property owners from Lundy's Lane and VIA have reached out to us and with the concern that they do want to be at the table when the studies are done so they can voice their opinion. So I would support the motion. Thank you.
Super. So let's call the vote and do it officially. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous too. Unanimous motions tonight, Mr. Clerk. Okay, moving on to 7.6. We've got motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange, that we move the recommendations regarding midterm requests and adjustments for advisory committees of council. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. 7.7. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Baldinelli, that we approve the self-contained breathing apparatus decontamination washer project. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Now we move on to the consent agenda. There's one item. Okay, thank you. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Baldinelli, that we move the consent agenda, which is just the Q3 water wastewater fund budget to actual variance. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that.
Communications.
Okay, we've got communications and comments of the clerk. Yes, did you have a specific one, Councillor Lococo?
Yes, I did. 9.6, please.
Okay, let's go to that one first then. We'll go to 9.6, proclamation request Heritage Week, being February 17th through 23rd.
Yes, it's the proclamation week for Heritage Week, but there's also the Municipal Heritage Committee is putting on a lecture series, and it's on February 22nd at the Niagara Falls History Museum on Ferry Street from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. It is free. There will be 2 presentations, one on the Oswald House and one on the Halfway, the revival of the Niagara Landmark. I just wanted to invite everybody. It's exciting. They haven't done some of the lecture series in the last little while because of COVID and getting things together. So it's a free event. You can get the information on the city's website. It is under the calendar. Come on out, and I'm sure you'll have a very interesting time and learn a little bit more history of some of the houses and things within our community.
Yeah, very good. Thank you for that. So we have a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Would you second?
I would second it, and I had one more comment.
Oh, yeah,
as well.
sure. And seconded by Councillor Lococo that we move the communications of the clerk. And go ahead.
My other question was, I thought at one point we decided that if we were going to be doing proclamations or flag raising, that it needed to have a Niagara Falls connection. And I don't mean to pick on anybody that's on the agenda now, but some of them are coming from Toronto or other ones. I thought we had to have a Niagara Falls connection.
I'll go to our clerk. Mr. Clerk, did you want to comment on that question?
Yeah, I don't have the flag raising policy in front of me, but basically if it was felt that there was some type of connection to the community, in a lot of cases there is some element you could really grasp and make an argument for just about any case. So unless it's not a sovereign nation, for example, those types of things we would refuse, but for the most case we try to be as cooperative as we can with them.
Okay, thank you. Because I know we had some discussion, and I don't know if that made it to a policy that it had to be a Niagara Falls connection, but some of them didn't, so just asking.
Okay, thank you for that. So we've got a motion to approve the clerk, the communications of the clerk. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And I'll just quickly run through them. The one is proclamation flag raising request for Christian Heritage Month, December 2025. Proclamation flag raising request Bulgarian Heritage Day, March 3rd. Proclamation and flag raising request Polish Constitution Day, May 3rd. Proclamation flag raising request Parent Alienation Awareness Day, April the 25th. Proclamation request Preventative Health Awareness Month, the month of February. 9.6 proclamation request Heritage Week, which we just talked about, February 17th through 23rd. 9.7 was council, and then the last one was council advisory committee appointment request for the Heritage Committee. And 9.8 was the Victoria Centre BIA budget levy. And the last one, flag raising request for the Consulate General of the Republic of Kosovo. And that is February 17th, 2025. And those are the ones that were approved. So now we go on to communications and comments of the city clerk. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we approve them. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. That was for receive for information. And motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Patel, that we approve 11.1, 2024 Memorandum of Understanding for Engineering Review Function with the Niagara Region. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Now we go to resolutions. Mr. Clerk, 12.1, the McLeod Road resolution. It's kind of long.
Yeah, I'll try and summarize this, Your Worship. Public meeting was held by Council back on January 14th to consider an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. The recommendations of the report were approved by Council, but since January 14th, it was identified by staff that zoning relief is required to permit accessory buildings in the front yards of the lots abutting McLeod Road and Beechwood Road, and to eliminate the maximum width of driveway or parking area in the front yard of those same lots. The attached resolution is required to deem the proposed changes minor and exempt the requirements for further notice for the purpose of granting the zoning relief required to permit these accessory buildings in front yards and lots abutting McLeod and Beechwood, and to eliminate the maximum width of a driveway or parking area in the front yard for these same lots.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So you're making the motion to approve the resolution. Councillor Strange, looking for a seconder for the resolution. Councillor Baldinelli. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? Okay, with two opposed. Councillor, or Mr. Clerk. Councillor Patel and Councillor Lococo. Okay. Ratification of in camera, Mr. Clerk.
Well, first of all, just a reminder that as we were finishing up the in-camera meeting, there was one item that council still hadn't quite finished on. They were looking for a little bit further information. I believe we have that gathered now. So if council wants to reaffirm their resolution passed earlier this afternoon to go in camera briefly, just to cover up that one topic, and then we can come back in here and ratify anything as necessary.
Okay, so do we need a motion to go into in-camera?
Yeah, let's get another motion just to reaffirm the earlier resolution that was on today's
Okay,
agenda.
motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, so for those of you at home, we're going to go in camera just to finish up one item we didn't quite finish, and then we're going to come back and finish off the meeting. So we'll see you soon, or not. 3. Well, welcome back. We just concluded going in camera for the second time, and we are now at the tail end of tonight's council meeting. We are now at 14.1, which is notices of motion. No, the clerk is correcting me. I stand corrected.
Yeah, so let's just do the ratification of in camera.
Yes, almost
Now that
forgot.
we have finished both sessions. There were 2 items, Your Worship, to be ratified. The first one, that the council support the library board decision to move forward with a partnership with the University of Niagara Falls on a lease agreement, and that further direction be given to staff. And then secondly, that council authorize the mayor and city clerk to act on behalf of the city to execute the lease for the McBain Community Center Cafe from House Cook, and that the mayor, city clerk, and city solicitor be authorized to prepare, review, and execute whatever documents are required to complete the lease. And that is all.
Oh, no, the single source.
Oh, sorry, yes. There was one other item.
Catch.
Thank you. Yes, that due to the existing conditions of volatility with both the city's supply chains and currency rates, that council provide delegated authority to the CAO and the general manager of corporate services to authorize modified procurement process, including single source procurement of up to $2 million. This delegated authority must be exercised within the approved budget of the city. All actions taken under this delegated authority must be reported to council at the next available council meeting. And lastly, that this delegated authority expires no later than May 1st, 2025, or unless canceled by council.
Thank you. Looking for a motion for ratification. Councillor Patel. Looking for a seconder. Councillor, oh my God, Lococo. I was going to say Morocco.
Morocco?
Yeah, because she was sitting right over your shoulder there. Lococo. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Now we'll go to notices of motion. And the first one, 14.1, is Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak up more of this at our next meeting, but there were 7 different whereases, so I'm not going to go through them all, but therefore be it resolved that the City of Niagara Falls reinstate the Homeless Committee to assist in dealing with the issues that the city has regarding homelessness, mental health, and addiction. So I'll talk about that at the next meeting. And I did have one new business.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
There's a lot going on at our region right now. Well, there's a lot going on at the region all the time. I was wondering if we could add something to our agenda to have a rotation of our regional councillors to come and give an update. I know you sit on the regional council as well, but it would be nice to get updates. And I know Councillor Morocco, who's no longer here, she often attends, and I thought it would be appropriate for the 3 of them to rotate and come and give us.
Just so you know, they do, and we talk regularly, and they know it's an open invitation. They could come attend anytime or speak anytime. I know we do have Regional Councillor Bob Gales come to speak a couple of times. I know Councillor Morocco has talked about coming here different times to talk on things. So they know it's an open invitation. In fact, some city councils have a permanent seat for the regional councillor to sit in with the rest of the staff. So, I mean, we can extend that, of course, but they know.
Could we make it more formal?
But yeah, we can make it more formal.
Yes, that
and
would be
again,
great.
I'm sure they'll come as they can. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So now we're going to go to 14.2. Councillor Patel, with your notice of motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to lay a little groundwork for my motion, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So parking lot in our cities are turning into real dog's breakfast. And I keep that term because they're messy, disorganized, popping up everywhere where the old buildings were, or even where properly paved parking lots were. People who live here as well as visitors deserve and expect our parking lots to meet basic standards such as paved, lined, secured, lit at nighttime, insured, and most importantly, accessible. Unfortunately, too many of them are not up to the code, and it is our city's responsibility to make sure that we have parking lots that are up to the code, especially for safety and security. Another issue is with the parking lot attendants. We regularly see parking lot attendants who wear those reflective vests. They walk up to the street, they're on the sidewalk waving people down for the business. This cannot be allowed. This is not safe for them or the public or people who are driving on the road. It's just not safe. And It practices disruptive and should not be allowed. Additionally, there are many unlicensed parking lots in our city. They aren't paying the required fee. This means cities losing out on a revenue that should go towards improving our infrastructures. It's time to review our parking fees, and the fees should be based on size of the lots, number of the spaces they have. Bigger parking lots do make more revenue, and smaller parking lots make less revenue. So I believe that they should be paying higher prices. This is a fair system. The fund that raised from these licenses should be used to maintain and improve our parking services. At very last, we need parking to be cost neutral, meaning the money collected should cover the cost of managing parking lots. So in conclusion, my motion is very long, but in conclusion, I'm asking council to support my motion to review and update our policies on parking lot and regulation and fees, and let us ensure that our parking lots are safe, well-managed, and contribute fairly to our city's infrastructure.
Okay, thank you for that.
That's my motion.
Councilor Baldinelli?
Just a comment on that. I was really surprised. I'm totally in agreement with Councilor Patel.
It's non-debatable.
Non-debatable? Just a comment?
Yes. Oh, yeah, right. Are they allowed to speak to it or no, Mr.? No? Okay, not to speak.
until next.
No, okay, yep.
Well, I'll make a motion to remove our procedural bylaw, just so we can deal with this issue tonight. I think it's very important. Springtime is coming. Parking lots, if we want to get them up.
Well, let's do the motion first.
Okay,
Okay. So your motion is to, how do we word that, Mr. Clerk, if you'd like to do that with the procedural bylaw?
Yeah, we commonly refer to it as to waive the procedural bylaw. Technically, it's a motion to suspend the rules, and it does require a 2/3 majority.
Make the
You
motion
make that
to
motion?
waive the procedural bylaw.
Okay. Seconder for, yes, Councilor Coco, are you seconding?
I will second it. Can we add mine in there to waive the procedural bylaw?
Well, we're going to do one at a time.
Okay.
We're going to do one at a time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, motion by Councilor Pietrangelo. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's everybody. Okay, so now we can talk about it? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Clerk? Okay, so
not like,
back.
I can move the motion. We could redo one at a time.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I'll
so-
move the motion, then you ask for a seconder, and
Okay.
that's where we go.
Do you want to move it and then
I'll
we can
move the
speak to it?
motion, yes.
Moved by Councilor Patel, seconded by Councilor Baldinelli. Okay, do you want to speak to it? Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to talk about, well, I was really surprised that we didn't have anything in it, because when I was reading, I'm thinking, when I spoke to Councilor Strange over there, sorry.
See?
See? I was looking over.
No, but see, you guys think, you make fun of me when I forget anything. See how easy it is? Uh-huh.
And we were thinking that there was already something about this, so, I went into bylaws and took a look around. I'm really surprised, so I'm glad that this has come forth, and as you put it down, and for all the right reasons. I'd like to see it become, more profitable than neutral.
Yeah, I agree.
Because there's opportunity there, but totally 100% behind it, and I'm surprised it wasn't there before. Thanks.
Thank you. Yep, I've got Councilor Strange, and then I'll come back to you, Councilor Coco. Yep.
No, I just wanted to mention, I think it's very important that we get it out there now, because, to improve these parking lots, we have to send notice. Springtime is coming, tourists are going to be coming in a couple months, so it's good that we deal with tonight and wait till the next meeting. So.
Give them enough time
Yeah.
to, yes, Councilor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought last year, Mr. Spencer brought a lot of this. We talked about painted lines. They had to have asphalt instead of gravel. Maybe the CAO can talk about this. We've just revamped the fees. Some of this stuff that we already did last year.
Mr. Mr. Clerk?
He knows the bylaw better than I do.
Yeah, I think the bylaw was kind of just reintroduced last year. It was passed a few years ago, and the direction from council at that time last year was to enforce the bylaw.
And the bylaw included painting lines,
Lighting,
grade,
grade.
like it already included some of that.
Yeah, but we've got cars illegally parking all over the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the enforcement of it. Could you read the therefore, what are we actually approving?
I have quite a bit of it.
No, just the last one.
No, therefore, I move that there's almost 10 recommendations.
Well, I didn't really read it because I thought we were going to do notice of motion for the next meeting.
Yeah, do you want, okay, Councilor, you might as well read the therefore, because it is part of your motion, so
Yeah.
good idea.
Therefore, I move that staff prepare a report to come back to council outing how many parking lots How many private parking lots exist in the city and indicate the locations? What the requirements are to compliant with the city's commercial parking lot licensing bylaw? How many lots are compliant with the city's licensing bylaw with paved line lights, signs, updated license, insured, etc.? The current fees required for a commercial parking lot license, and identify if there are different fee charges for different sizes of lots. A comparison to other bylaws in bigger cities, including Toronto and cities with higher numbers of visitors. That this comparison is done this season, that it takes into account a review of rates when the fees were last reviewed and updated within the licensing bylaw, whether all non-compliant parking lots have been served notice by enforcement staff to comply within the bylaw, what the ramifications are with regard to commercial parking lot to staff, typically to solicit potential customers while walking on street sidewalks, roads with signs or hand gestures. The efforts to make this season to ensure all parking lots are in compliance, including giving notification to these parking lots about some form of budget or perform on what kind of review to anticipate. Giving notification of a renewed, updated parking fee schedule that is effective for Niagara Falls and the parking opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's really just to bring a report back for next council.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so is there any questions, any further questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. New business?
Mr. Mayor, can we do mine as well then?
Okay, so did we, okay.
Waive the procedural bylaw to address my notice of motion.
Okay, do we have a seconder to waive the bylaw? Okay, Councillor Strange? All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Mr. Clerk, so we're good to go?
Thank you. Whereas the City of Niagara Falls created a homeless committee in the 2018-2022 council term, whereas in 2023 the City of Niagara Falls and the Niagara region declared a state of emergency on homelessness, mental health and addiction, whereas Niagara Falls City Council voted and appointed Councillor Lococo to sit on the homeless committee for the 2022-2026 term, whereas the homeless committee has not met since the 2018-2022 term or issued a call for committee members for the 2022-2026 term, whereas part of the increase to the 2025 operating budget was due to issues involving homelessness, mental health, and addiction. Additional resources were approved to help deal with these issues. Whereas city staff, region staff, Niagara Regional Police, and other stakeholders regularly meet to deal with situations that involve homelessness, mental health, and addiction. Whereas the homeless committee should be involved in some way to be part of the solution. These issues are relevant and affect our residents, community, and businesses every day. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Niagara Falls reinstate the homeless committee to assist in dealing with the issues that the city has regarding homelessness, mental health, and addiction. I know I've brought this up before, and I know that the CAO has talked about, we have a homeless committee through the region, and maybe we could tap into that. We haven't done that. I was speaking to Councillor Morocco earlier today, and she was saying that that there's more funds coming into our community, that they've allocated money on homes, not just on shelters. Shelters are not the thing that is going to get us out of this. If we keep putting money into shelters, people don't have homes. In the last little while, 2 people have frozen to death in the last 2 months. Some toes have been amputated. Shelters are full. People are going into the emergency room just to stay warm. One of the shelters caught fire on Bridge Street. I think that council should be part of this. This is something that we're all hearing about on a daily basis from our residents or our business. And I go back to what I said earlier. Where is the right place to help people? Where do you put a shelter? Where do you put a transitional housing? Where do you put an SRO? I think it would only benefit us to do that, and that's why I brought my motion forward.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second for the motion? Okay, Councillor Baldinelli is seconding the motion. Do we have a discussion to the motion? Yep, Councillor Pietrangelo, then Patel.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'll just mention a couple of points. I mean, I kind of agree with Mr. Burgess. I mean, this isn't an issue that just faces Niagara Falls, it's an issue that faces every municipality. The region is the one that has the social services file. They're the ones that receive funding for it. I mean, I support, a councillor from Niagara Falls who wants to be on a regional committee. I just don't know what power we're going to have if we create a committee of our own, Your Worship. I know staff are generally hesitant in doing something like that. Terms of reference has to be written, money has to be put aside. Not only that, but I know Councillor Lococo talks about the operating budget and the issues of homelessness, mental health, addiction, additional resources. We're in the operating budget to help these issues, but she voted against the operating budget. I mean, on one side, wants to help the situation, on the other side, votes against anything that, any additional funding that helps it. Personally, I think it's a regional committee, and that's where we should be looking.
Thank you for that. Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Councillor Coco. So what would be the forum, what would the committee look like? Who would sit on the committee?
Thank you, Councillor Patel, through the mayor. This committee was formed in the previous term. Councillor Campbell put the committee together. I don't think a request for residents came out. I think he handpicked those people based on, there was a psychologist, there was a social worker, and we did meet. And then in this term, when it came time to appoint the committee again, it wasn't removed off the list. I put my name down for it. Had I known it was not going to be a committee, I would have put my name down for something else. So I thought that committee was going to be moving forward, and when nothing was happening, I contacted our CAO, and we talked about what Councillor Pietrangelo said, that these issues are at the region, and there was some discussion about maybe we could be part of the region. So I'm fine with either bringing the committee back, either the way it was or in addition. I don't know if there were ever terms of reference. I was invited after. Councillor Campbell ran it. He didn't want to continue with it because the resources weren't there. There wasn't a minute taker, there wasn't schedules. So if the committee, I don't know how the committee could be put together if it goes on experience, our shelter workers and that sort of thing, or do we involve the community, BIAs? That was another comment, that people from the BIA be part of it because they experience that every day. I just think that we need to be part of something because we are hearing about these problems on a regular basis. So I didn't come with a terms of reference because this was an appointed committee from day one.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand where you're coming from, but what I'm struggling with is most of the advisory committee we have, they're advisory committee to council, and we have jurisdiction over those areas. But when we have this homelessness committee, homelessness falls in the region, so who would they advise? That's my question.
Yes, I understand that, and again, I see your point.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe we should have had these discussions at the beginning of the term that committee wasn't put on the agenda. So I put my name forward to be on a committee that has done nothing. And again, it was mentioned that maybe we can merge a committee with the region. So let's do that then.
I think if I would 100%, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would 100% support if you want to sit on the homelessness committee at the region, some residents want to sit on the regional committee, because you will have more impact regional level than it will be at the city level.
For sure.
And I do know that our Mr. CEO, our general manager of bylaw core unit, they meet regularly. I have sat on one of those meetings, and as a counselor, I don't bring anything at the table. I'm just adding more bureaucracy and lengthening the meetings because they all know what they're doing. I'm just telling you from my experience, and they do it really good. They do a really good job. They're all experts in their own field, and they do an amazing job. And they do meet regularly. Like I know, Mr. CEO, would you like to add on to it?
Mr. CEO.
Please, thank you.
Technically, that meeting was a Summer Street committee meeting, or not a committee meeting, but on the Summer Street. But yeah, we do have a call every couple of weeks. We actually today received, I requested from the region a letter on their recent experience. So their recent experience has been quite successful. That's going to be part of the package for next. I couldn't get it on time for a council meeting. But yeah, no, we meet with our economic development team, because they deal with the BIAs, our facilities team, OPP, Niagara Regional Police, CNR Police, our outreach workers, and the regional housing all kind of meet and we go kind of case by case, and so that committee or that group, that working group, we couldn't, for a variety of reasons, that has to be a staff kind of group. I think the councillor is asking for a council group or some other type of elected official group to meet. But yeah, the situation is poor. There's no real success in this, but we have been effective in Niagara Falls in the size of our encampments and some of the issues because of our interaction between our bylaw and Niagara Regional Police and our outreach workers. That has been the key to success for our group. And I use the term success in quotes because I don't think anyone can claim success, but we're just doing better than some other communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Steele. What I'm saying is they are involved in it, and only concerns I would have with the homelessness committee, even though we go through the terms of references, so we do everything, and you sit there every month, residents come out to contribute their time, but what comes out of it, where does it go?
Okay, thank you.
That's what I'm worried about, because
Okay.
we are wasting people's time if it doesn't go to the region. So maybe if we work with the region, it will be better utilized of your time, and I know you want to bring some point forward, and that will be more helpful that way. That's only my concern is.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I would be the first one to thank all of our staff for doing this. It says right in my motion that I'm aware that they meet on a regular basis. Again, we had a conversation, the CAO and I, about maybe merging into the region. I had to bring something forward because nothing is being done on this committee, this idea that was brought forward at the very beginning of our committee. Yes, we are making successes, and I really thank everybody who's involved in this. We have so much more to do. And I have sat in with a lot of outreach workers. I do have a pulse on what's going on. I'd like to have a better pulse on what's going on. I receive phone calls on a regular basis about how to help people. So even there's the bridge across the street. The pastor or minister, I'm sorry, I'm not sure which one he is, Steve, he's created a Better Together table. And everybody who sits there learns from what's going on. And you can't sit there and not learn. And that helps me as a counselor. It helped Councillor Patel as a counselor. It helps the people there that they're learning from each other about what's going on, what services. The only reason why I brought this forward was it was a committee at the beginning of this term, and I brought it up, and nothing is happening, so I put a motion on the floor. Whether it's a committee of council or merging that I can participate in. I know the calls that the CAO, that's not the place. Councillor Morocco was telling me about they have a different call other than that I could be part of. I just heard that today. So I would just like to move forward on it because we are putting a lot of time and energy and people need help. I think we need to be doing something. Whatever that looks like, I just want to put it out there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Patel, yep.
Councillor Coco is right, Mr. Mayor, that I have sat on that Better Together meetings with her quite a few times, and it is very beneficial. We learn lots from those meetings, and I would support for Councillor Coco joining those calls in a regional level. So I don't know how we do it, so I would support that.
Well, we'll do one thing at a time. Are there any other questions or comments? So first there's the motion, the Homelessness Committee motion. So we've got a motion by Councillor Coco. Yes, Councillor?
I'll remove the motion if we can be part of the region. I don't need it to be a council committee. I just wanted something on the table that we could do something.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
So
I appreciate that.
Are you comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
So staff direction to staff, they'll follow up and come back to you for that? Okay, terrific. Is there any new business? None? Councillor?
First, second, and third.
Okay, bylaws, motion for first, second, third reading. Councillor
Yeah,
Pietrangelo?
Can I also be shown opposed to 2025-15, please?
2025-15, seconded by Councillor Strange. Okay, yes, Councillor Coco?
I'm opposed to 2025 020-015.
Same one as
Same
Counselor's,
one,
yeah.
and then 020 and 021 McLeod Road.
Okay, we've got that. Make sure the clerk's got that written down. Good? Okay, and Counselor Patel as well on the McLeod last two that you just did? Alrighty, so we're set. All those in favor of the bylaws, with those exceptions, that's approved. Motion for adjournment, Counselor Strange, second by Counselor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Done. 7:32, not bad, not bad.